Good morning, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, good morning.
What case are you here on, please?
Kaylin Carvelis.
You're here for, you're the prosecutor, correct?
That's correct. It's a PCC.
Okay. We don't have him in with the jail yet. Mr. Kearney hasn't checked in yet either. But
Okay.
so I'm just going to mute you and then, or you can mute yourself and then just hang out here until we get him, okay?
All right, that sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paula.
Good morning. The name is NAPOK, N-A-P-P-O-K. Can you respond, please?
Yeah, it's Keith Napo.
Oh, Keith Napo. Okay, let me rename that so we know.
Okay.
And what are you here on?
On Mr. Young. I'm a police officer, McCarran Township.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's my first one also on Zoom.
Just wake me up here. Okay, Officer Napo, I apologize. And that's for Young?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put that in there. I renamed you, but I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. Oh, I'm just going to put Officer Oakley for Young. There we go. That way we keep it all. Who's who?
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room until we get more people on the case.
Okay.
We don't have anybody else checked in yet. Okay?
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks.
Will I have a chance to talk to the prosecutor before or?
Prosecutor hasn't checked in yet on that.
Okay. So that's all done through this?
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Should I
All right.
go on mute now or?
No, I'm going to put you in the waiting room, so we'll bring you in when we need you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Good morning, Mr. Kearney. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. This is Paula. I have Mr. Lawrence on. We're trying to contact the jail right now to see where Mr. Carvelis is as far as getting in front of the camera. Okay? So as soon as I find out anything, I'll let both you and Mr. Lawrence know.
Okay. My computer audio is on, so I'll hear you. I'll just kind of
Okay.
wander around my apartment until I hear you.
Thank you very much.
I called and they'll be in whenever they can,
Okay. Thank you.
but they're away.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Young.
Good morning.
Your attorney hasn't checked in yet. Neither has the prosecutor, but that's okay. I'm just letting you know, we know you're in the waiting room, so I'm going to put you back in there. Just hang in there.
No
Okay?
problem.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kearney and Mr. Lawrence, we just had Heather call the jail to find out what the ETA of getting him before the camera is. And they said they'll get him there as soon as they possibly can. So we're just waiting on the jail.
So you got an answer, but no information.
Exactly. Same thing we always get. So I'll let you guys know as soon as I hear anything or as soon as the jail checks in. Okay?
Thanks, Paula.
Thank you. Good morning, Darian. Yeah. Good morning, Darian.
Good morning.
What case are you on, sweetheart?
I have Joseph Young and James Dixon
Okay.
9:30 and 10.
Okay. I do have Joseph Young in. His attorney is not checked in yet. And I have Keith Napo, who is the officer on the Young case. Do you want to have a breakout with him before?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Let me bring him in. Officer Napo,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to put you and the prosecutor in a breakout room, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Paula.
You're welcome, honey.
Hey,
You see,
Paula,
yeah,
those 2 bench trials that are up tomorrow,
yeah.
I didn't get notice. Luckily I pulled the docket early because I'm in a training this week. But I never got, are you sending them like by mail?
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I haven't been getting them.
I think those were sent like months ago.
So all the notes that I have say at the last court date, they were put in the tray to get a date. So both of my files said bench trial to be determined on them. So I don't know if I'm missing something or if I don't know that maybe you have not the correct address for me, but I think my address is right on the state bar and I know that's where you get it from, right?
Yeah, I pull it right from the system.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going
Hang
on.
on just a minute here. Let me pull up one of them. Is his first name Kushmir or is that his last name?
This is first name.
It is. Okay. No wonder it won't come up. Hang on just a second, honey. Let me check it out here.
Okay, thank you.
It went to, looks like Prosecutor Larry King.
Yeah, Larry was the APA who stood in at the last court tape.
Okay.
I checked with him; he didn't get notice either. So I just want to make sure because my concern is not necessarily right now, but when I leave, I just want to make sure that whoever is, standing in for me for those couple months is,
Let me see.
not.
It looks like, hang on. Notice to appear. 21. It shows that on January 28th, that's why I said it went out months ago. I sent copy to Prosecutor Larry King and Attorney Jeffrey Bowditch,
Okay, so maybe
scheduled for a trial for 27/21 at 12:30 p.m.
yeah, maybe Larry just had it and misplaced it. All right, thank you for checking. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem, honey. Okay, now I think Keith Napo is still in the room. You want me to close him out and bring him in? I mean, you're done with him in breakout?
I'm done with him in the breakout. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome. Officer Napo, I'm going to put you back into the waiting room, okay? You have to unmute.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Darian, later, when we're done with everything. We've got a couple of exams this morning. Of course, you know you're the APA on them. I need to talk to you about a couple of cases.
Okay.
We set a date that I don't think is a good date, and that would be my fault. So,
Do you know
Okay.
which ones? I can look
Huh?
right now.
pardon?
I said, do you know which exams I can look right now?
They're not exam, I don't believe. Oh, yeah, they are too. Mackenzie. I'll talk to you about it later, okay?
In August,
Yeah,
on a Wednesday,
yep.
you can, if it's okay with the court, you can just leave them.
Okay. Let me take a peek at it though, because that's usually the day we set for Jane only.
Yeah, I know you normally have a lot.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to do that Monday, they're set for the 25th, correct?
I believe so. Hang on just a second. I've got the files right here in front of me.
I did already send out some pieces, but
8/25/21.
I can send out new ones if we need to.
Okay, 8/25/21. So,
At
yeah.
1.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a call later and we'll talk about it, okay?
Okay, if I don't answer, it's because I'm in that training and I'll call you back, okay?
That's fine, honey. Okay. How are you feeling, by the way?
Just tired, which I know is not going to get better anytime soon.
Well, I just had a new granddaughter. She was born 3 weeks early. She's so cute. So tiny. Okay, honey. I'm going to go ahead and mute you and then
Paula, do we have a Ashley Woolfield or a Rochelle Jackson in the waiting room?
Darian, I'm sorry. Were you talking to me?
Yeah, sorry, I was just checking to see if I have complaining witnesses. I'm looking for an Ashley Woolfield or a Rochelle Jackson.
No, we don't have anybody in the waiting room except for Officer Napo and Joseph Young.
Okay. Well, then I guess when Mr. Holler gets here, we're probably ready to go in the sense that we're not ready.
Okay. I've already called him and told him he needs to check in. He's late. So we're just waiting on him. So
Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome. Mr. Young,
Yes, ma'am.
have you heard anything from Mr. Holler?
No, I could try to give him a call.
Last night?
Last night he just told me to be in court at 9:30. He called me and told me to be in court at 9:30.
Okay. Because I tried calling his office and haven't had any luck. You may want to try calling him, okay?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try calling him right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sharon.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
Good. We're waiting for Van Buren to come in.
Okay, no problem.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. Video arraignments for Van Buren Township Court is now in session. People versus Chuck Blair. Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Blair.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sharon Greer appearing on behalf of Mr. Blair. Your Honor, this is the arraignment on a felony warrant. I have gone over the charges with Mr. Blair as well as the penalties for the charge. And for that reason, we will waive the formal reading of the felony information and warrant and stand mute to those charges.
Thank you. Van Buren, you need to unmute. How about now? That's better. Thank you. Mr. Blair, I've got your address on Ponderosa Trail. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Phone number 818-6389.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Greer, let's talk bond.
Yes, Your Honor. This case is a 2018 date of offense. The warrant was just issued in the beginning of this year. Apparently, there was some lab work that had to be taken care of that actually took 2 years to complete. So during that period of time, Mr. Blair has had contact with the system. But of course, this never showed up because there was no warrant for him. He's currently on probation to the court, and the report says that he's in good standing. So there is no reason to believe that he would not appear. He's asking the court for a personal bond. He receives government assistance, and if he's not available at his home to receive his check and also to pay his bills on his trailer, then he will be evicted. And without an address, of course, you know, they cannot receive any type of assistance. In addition to that, he's indicated that he has medical conditions, Your Honor, that require him to seek the treatment that's not available in the jail. So for those reasons, we're asking the court for a personal bond.
All right, does the department have any capious history on Mr. Blair?
None to my knowledge, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Blair, your court date on this is May 5 at 9 a.m. The officer that's there will give you a written notice for that.
Okay.
Case number for Mr. Blair is 20-1698. Mr. Blair, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. First condition is that you stay out of trouble. Second condition is that you cooperate with your attorney so we can have a meaningful court date on May 5th. And third condition is you need to be hooked up with a GPS tether so we can keep track of your location. You understand those conditions, sir?
Yeah, how do I go about that? I understand.
GPS tether is set up through the Wayne County Jail.
Okay, so I have to call them? You'll get picked up tonight.
They're going to transport you to the jail, I believe. They'll set you up with a tether and release you.
What, does that cost money? Because I don't have money for a tether.
Does not cost you money.
Okay.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $5,000 if you violate bond?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Greer while she's on?
Yeah, I mean, if I go down to, if they transfer me downtown to Dickerson and they cut me loose, I'm down there with no ride from Detroit back to Belleville here. I got two fake knees. I don't have, money for an Uber or a cab or anything like that. I'm just wondering is there another way I can go about doing this? Like just get a ride down there to get it or something?
Well, if you can get a ride down there, can't you get a ride down there to pick you up?
Well, how am I going to, how? I mean, I have to arrange it, but it's okay. I'll deal with it.
I'll tell you what. I'll set it up so you can report to Dickerson tomorrow morning at 9.
9 o'clock? Okay. I thank you for that, sir. I mean, I could even borrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was very generous. Very generous, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Blair?
No, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Oakley.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Yeah.
And Sharon, if you stick around, I understand the next person did not want to talk to MIDC, but just in case.
I'll be right here.
Thank
On
you.
mute.
Julius Chapman. Good morning, Mr. Chapman.
Morning.
I understand that you do not want to speak to an attorney today.
I just thought you had to just plead guilty or not guilty. I didn't think it was anything to speak with an attorney about. I thought it was just an arraignment. You plead guilty or not guilty.
It is an arraignment, but if you speak to an attorney, the attorney gets to go over your rights with you, gets to talk about your bond, so on and so forth. If you don't want to talk to an attorney, that's fine. If you do want to talk to an attorney, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm pretty much know my rights and stuff like that. what my rights
Alright.
would be. Everything she just repeated to him, I pretty much knew everything that she was going to say. That's why I thought I'd just tell you not guilty, give you my place of address, and we figure it out from there.
All right, well, let's do that. Is Gander Avenue a good address?
No, I'd rather go to my wife's address.
Give me the
That's
address.
2147 Sheridan,
City,
Detroit, Michigan,
zip,
48214.
phone number 850-0193.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the complaint in the file says the date of the offense was January 29, 21. Place of the offense 8813 Parkwood in Van Buren Township. The complainant or victim is Dominique Rashawn Mosley. Count 1 says you did make an assault upon Mosley by strangulation or suffocation, contrary to Michigan compiled laws. That's a felony, and because you have been previously convicted of 3 or more, and that on or about October 2504, you were convicted of the offense of carrying a concealed weapon out of the Third Circuit Court, County Wayne, State of Michigan. On or about January 2805, convicted of assault with intent to murder out of that same court. On or about January 2805, armed robbery, the same court. January 2805, felony firearm out of the same court. Therefore, count 1 becomes punishable by up to life in prison. Do you understand count 1, the possible penalty?
Yes.
Count 2 is a misdemeanor domestic violence. That one's up to 93 days in jail plus fines and costs. I'll enter a not guilty plea for you on these. The probable cause conference date will be May 5th. Are you currently working?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I'm a painter. I'm painting apartment buildings.
All right. Self-employed, do you work for a company?
I work for a company.
Who do you work for?
My wife, she owns the company.
All right. Does the department have any capious history for Mr. Chapman?
None to my knowledge, sir.
Mr. Chapman, anything you want to tell me before I set your bond? I do not want you to get into the facts of what happened on January 29th. Those facts could hurt you today. So anything else you want me to know?
Well, I can just tell you that I didn't even know I had a warrant off of my arrest. It was just issued this month, and I'm not a threat to society because if I was trying to do anything from January to 29th, I haven't had no contact with nobody. So that shows that I'm not trying to be a threat to society if this incident is talking about January 29th and I had no contact.
Anything else, sir?
That's it, sir.
All right, Mr. Chapman, I'm going to order a GPS tether. I'm going to order that you have no contact with the complainant. That means no phone calls, no letters, no social media contacts. Don't have your friends check on her. She tracks you down, wants to talk about this. She can't change this order, only myself or another judge with a black robe. You run into her at Taco Bell, you're eating Burger King. No contact at all. Understood?
Understood.
Also, do not want you back at that address on Parkwood.
Understood.
All right. Court date, as I said, is May 5, 9 a.m. The officer will give you a notice. Case number is 21-0297. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $10,000 if you violate bond?
Yes.
Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Stay safe. You as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sharon, I think we're done with you. If we get something that comes in, we'll call you.
Judge, we
Okay.
do have Mr. Holler in, so you want me to bring all of them in?
Yep.
And Darian, I do not have anybody that you're looking for in the waiting room.
Okay, thank you, Paula.
You're welcome, honey.
Can you?
All right, People versus Joseph Young, appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Darian Fortier on behalf of the people, P83359.
Good morning, Your Honor. John J. Holler on behalf of Mr. Joseph Anthony Young, who's appearing by the Zoom technology.
Are we ready to go?
Judge, at this time, there are two complaining witnesses in this case. Ashley, common spelling Wohlfeil, that's WOHLFEIL, and Rochelle, RACHELLE, last name Jackson, common spelling. Neither complaining witness is here. I did give subpoenas to my officer in charge, did attempt to serve them. Most complaining witnesses do not live at the address that we have for them, and no one has been able to get a hold of them by phone. I do not have any explanation for their failure to appear, but without them, the people are unable to proceed.
Mr. Holler, motion?
Well, Your Honor, that having been said by Madam Prosecutor, I would move that this charge against the defendant be dismissed.
All right, Mr. Young, these charges are dismissed without prejudice. That means they can be refiled. Any questions for your attorney while he's online, or would you like to speak to him privately?
No, thank you.
Case dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Officer Napo, stay well.
You too, sir. Thank you.
And we're still waiting for the jail.
Yeah. Mr. Kearney did let me know that he would be stepping away for a few minutes.
That's fine.
So, do you know if Kelly Froggatt is your OIC?
She's listed on Dixon.
Okay, where did Darian go?
Don't know. I don't think I dismissed her.
Ah, there she is. Good morning again, Darian. I have Kelly Froggatt in the waiting room. Did you want to speak with her? We also have Stephanie Farkas.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. I'll find out. Kelly, got to unmute.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Darian, okay?
Okay.
Kelly, love your virtual background.
I think she was already in her way in.
You see what it is?
It looked like a spaceship.
Yeah, it's command center.
I've got a green screen, Judge. What is it? What would you like to see as a background?
Oh, I don't care. I don't care. She has the Starship Command Center up. Good morning, Ms. Farkas.
Good morning, Judge. How are you today?
Frustrated.
Sorry to hear that.
Isn't that every day?
Is Dixon out?
Yes, he should be logged in there in the waiting room.
And once again,
No.
He said, oh, he might be in the wrong Zoom. Let me make sure he has the right Zoom number.
Yeah, please. Appreciate it. Kel, if you really wanted to impress, you should have the uniform on that goes with that virtual background.
I do have
Is it
this.
felony? Heather gets felony.
No, not enough.
That better?
We do have the defendant in the waiting room, and I don't know who MJ is.
We will find out.
Yep.
Hello?
Good morning,
Hang
Mr.
on.
Dixon. Just hang tight.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
I'll send a chat. Which starship is that supposed to be? Mr. Kearney doesn't recognize it.
MJ. He was there and gone.
Yep.
I think he realized he was, there he is. MJ, who are you? MJ. MJ is getting kicked out.
They're connected.
Yeah. They're also gone. All right. Who is William Lawrence? Prosecutor on this? Or
He's the
on
prosecutor.
Corvallis?
Yeah, for
Yep.
Carvelis.
Darian's prosecuting on Dixon, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, ladies, I'm ready for appearances on the People versus James Dixon.
Judge, can I just have 5 minutes? Just to make sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Still no jail.
Okay, anything, Paula?
Honey, there's nobody in the waiting room at all.
Okay, thank you.
Is one of your witnesses MJ by any chance?
No, my complaining witness in this case, his name is Destiny Triplet.
Okay, we have nobody in the waiting room whatsoever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, now I'm ready for appearances on James Dixon.
Judge, good morning. Gary Schwartz here on behalf of the people, P83359.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Stephanie Farkas, P7427, appearing on behalf of Mr. Dixon, who's present via Zoom. Mr. Dixon, please state your name for the record.
James Dixon.
Thank you, ladies. Are we ready, Ms. Fortier?
Judge, at this time, the complaining witness in this case, Destiny, common spelling Triplet, that's Triplettt, has failed to appear. My officer in charge did attempt to subpoena Miss Triplet in person multiple times, was unsuccessful. I don't have any explanation for her failure to appear, but without her, the people would have received.
Ms. Farkas.
Your Honor, with that, we'd move to dismiss without prejudice.
Granted. Mr. Dixon, this is dismissed without prejudice. That means the prosecutor could refile. Understood?
Okay. Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
You're all set.
And Judge, Mr. Dixon is on tether, so if the court could make sure that the tether unit gets the order to remove, or for the dismissal to get the tether removed.
I will make that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. I'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good day, everyone.
You as well.
Mr. Dixon, you can log off.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, is it all right if tomorrow I Zoom for the pre-trials and then drive to the courthouse for the bench trial?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Because I think there's an hour between the pre-trials and the bench trials.
Yeah, yep. How many pre-trials do we have off the top of your head? Just roughly.
It's a lot this week.
What would be helpful is if you get a chance, if there are offers on any files, and you could just literally do this, send an email to Paul that just says defendant Smith, no offer, defendant Jones, 769-4A, 6 months, whatever you've got as offers. That way, if you're in a breakout room or something, I've got a chance to talk to another defendant. I can at least tell them what the offer is.
Yes, I'll do my best to get that to Paula before the morning.
Okay, thanks.
You have my email, honey, don't you? Okay. All right. Have a good
That helps keep things
afternoon.
moving.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So we're just waiting for the jail now.
Yes.
And that's Mr. Kearney and Mr. Lawrence, right?
Yes.
Carvelis? Yeah.
Mr. Kearney, did you get my chat?
I did. Thank you. That was important. It was important that I got the answer to that question.
Okay. I sent her a chat master. Okay. We'll just wait for the jail then. Thank you. Mr. Lawrence?
I'm here.
Mr. Lawrence, we're going to have Leanna Belcher log on right now. We're still waiting for the jail, Mr. Kearney. But she's the attorney for Devin Hackney, and they want to have an emergency bond hearing. Since we've got you captive right now, Judge is going to, as soon as she gets on, okay?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you very much.
That'll save us, everybody some time. She's going to
Perfect.
be logging on any second, so.
Mr. Lawrence, have you seen defendant's motion?
I just saw the email, Judge. I believe it is attached and I can look at it.
Okay, I was gonna have Paula email it to you if you need it.
I have it attached. I can read it here.
Go ahead, take a chance to do that, and then I'll call the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have Ben Gonick too. You want me to let him in?
Sure.
He's my co-counsel.
Okay, hang on.
We're not gonna let you double team poor Mr. Lawrence, though. Ms. Belcher.
We're a team effort over here.
Good morning, Mr. Gonick.
Good morning, Judge.
Mr. Gonick, just to let you know where we're at, I gave Mr. Lawrence a chance to look at the motion he got by email.
Okay.
Judge, do you want me to have Heather call the jail one more time and see if they have any further information?
Sure, won't hurt anything.
All right. Evidently, Division 2 doesn't have phones, but they are communicating and let them know that we're still waiting on Mr. Carvelis.
Thank you.
Judge, I've had a chance to review the emergency bond motion.
Thank you. Let me call the file. People versus Devin Hackney. Mr. Lawrence, your appearance?
Yes, Judge. William Lawrence, P70481 for the people.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher and Ben Gonick on behalf of Mr. Hackney.
And I'm assuming it's okay with you that we have this hearing without Mr. Hackney's present.
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask to waive his appearance.
All right. I have had a chance to look at the pleadings that were filed by the defense. Of course, this is an emergency hearing, so Mr. Lawrence has not had a chance to respond in writing. So, Mr. Lawrence, I will give you a chance to do that in person if you'd like to make an oral response.
Thank you, Judge. I have had a chance to review the motion. The bond, I understand, is currently at remand status.
My understanding as well.
The charges in this case are count 1, open murder, and count 2, felony firearm. The basic facts are laid out in the emergency motion. This was a situation where the victim is a 41-year-old father of the 19-year-old defendant. I don't have any evidence of a prior criminal history for the 19-year-old defendant. It's not contested that he did the shooting. He, in fact, called 911 and
Right.
said that he did the shooting. And the shooting was witnessed by a neighbor. It's 3 gunshots to the chest from a weapon that had been legally acquired about 5-6 months prior by the defendant. The one area, of course, where I would take disagreement with the motion is where it states that there's a high probability of a self-defense acquittal in this situation. I'm sure that the defense will be aggressively arguing manslaughter in the alternative, but it's charged open murder right now. I think rightly so. Obviously, the defense disagrees at this stage, being that it was just charged over the weekend. I'm the only one that is seeing the evidence in this case. I'm working on getting discovery to
Right.
defense. But the argument was, that's what it was. It was an argument. He came home from a bar in a vehicle. The father was upset, apparently, according to the witness, that he had come home with that he had taken the vehicle. The father removed him from the vehicle. That's not contested, that there was some physicality in removing him from the vehicle. But beyond that, there's no evidence of physicality, of any fighting or anything like that that occurred between the father and the defendant. The argument went on for about 30-40 minutes after he got home, and it culminated with the shooting, which was witnessed by the neighbor in the driveway. And again, there were 3 point-blank gunshots to the chest. According to the neighbor, the defendant then stood over the body of his father and oddly, laughed. He then went inside the house, which is where he called 911 in a very straightforward way. Said that he had shot his father, and basically the 911 call is about the police saying, you need to leave the weapon in the kitchen and then come out with your hands up when the police arrive, that kind of thing. So when the police arrive, there's no weapon that's found on the victim at all. And again, there's no allegations, or I should say no evidence in my prosecutorial view of any physicality that occurred outside of removing him from the vehicle about 40 minutes prior. When you look at the photographs of the defendant, there are like maybe some scratches on the chest area, but there's no indication of any, there's no bruising or indication of any injuries that would suggest that there was physicality beyond which the neighbor was aware of. So that's the, basic layout. Obviously, I'm not privy to any history between the two, between the father and the son. I know that I've asked the Detective Froggatt, if there's any police reports or anything like that that had been filed between them, and the answer was no. So in this situation, the prosecution see this as at least a murder too. It's charged open murder because I think the argument can be made for first-degree murder, and just like the defense will be able to make an argument for manslaughter. It's kind of across the spectrum, Judge. But I don't see it as a self-defense case. It was a weaponless individual. There was no physicality going on at the time. There were 3 gunshots point blank to the chest. So I see this as a case that as actually the opposite, that has a high probability of a conviction of some form of a homicide. So that's the only thing I would take issue with. If the court, and obviously at this stage, the court doesn't have the benefit of any DSU report. Now, granted, the defense supplied lengthy letters from the family, and particularly the grandmother who he would be staying with. So I imagine, if there was a DSU report, there would be a verifiable place where he would be staying. But if the court is inclined to set a bond, obviously, given the facts that I've just told you, Your Honor, we would ask that it would be an appropriately high bond in this case to reflect the fact that there's an incentive for him to leave. The defense will say, well, he has no KPS history, but he's 19 years old, so he's never been tested like this before. Clearly, the court would, I would think, install a tether provision if he does make bond. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Ms. Belcher.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Gonick wants to respond. I seen him
That's fine.
unmute himself, so.
I'm sorry, because, and I, Judge, I appreciate you hearing this on such a quick basis, and it's really unfortunate you need to, because yesterday at the arraignment on the information, the magistrate simply said, before I address bond, she goes, look, you can make whatever record you want to make, but I'm remanding it. I mean, she didn't listen to anything, and that's really disturbing because it defeats the whole point of having a weekend arraignment and a bail hearing. But saying that, I'll just reiterate some of the things I put in my motion and also talk about the facts of the case, and I'll try to be as succinct as possible. Devin Hackney is 19 years old. He has no prior juvenile or adult record. I understand he's only been an adult for a couple of years, but he has no record whatsoever, no contacts. The only contact he's ever had is an impeding traffic ticket he got the day that he was arrested. He does not use drugs or alcohol by his whole family account. Ms. Belcher and myself have talked to a number of the family members. No one's ever seen him even touch a beer. He's a lifelong resident of the Downriver area, as is his family. If released on bail, he would be living with his grandmother, who I met and owns her own home, is a very respectable person, and she's agreed to act as also a third-party custodian. We've attached the character letters, and they all attest to his character traits of being a kind, compassionate, hardworking young man. I think the grandfather even talked about how he put some steps or something so that the grandfather could access a deck or a pool or something at their house. The deceased in this case is the Mr. Hackney's father. We've already talked to some neighbors and some other folks in the neighborhood, and they've all indicated by all accounts that he has a drinking issue, and when he gets drunk, he's a mean drunk. In terms of the incident, we will show facts that Mr. Devin Hackney came home and his father was in the vehicle with him. They had been at a bar playing pool. We have information that Devin Hackney, the defendant, had a couple Cokes. His dad, the deceased, had several shots. There was an argument on the way home. When they got home, the deceased was in the passenger side, got out of the car, and came around and ripped Mr. Devin Hackney out of the vehicle. The incident happened. And after the incident happened, Devin Hackney did what a lot of people charged with murder don't do. He stayed. He reported it to the police. He followed the police officer's instruction. And in fact, there's a video that this eyewitness took showing Mr. Hackney laying down on the front porch of his house while the police are responding so that he could be arrested without incident. As indicated, the vast letters of the family members indicate that they do support Devin. He does have a full-time job. I believe he's employed by Employment Service, where he's been working at General Motors now for several months. He is a high school graduate. There's just no reason for him to flee. I see the scenarios in this case. It'll be either an acquittal or a manslaughter. That's how I see it. Who knows what all the discovery will show, but we have an investigator, we're talking to witnesses, and there will be an aggressive defense. Saying all that, if this was some type of idiotic, no shooting is good, as the court knows, but if this was some type of random, idiotic, gang-banging type thing over some disrespect, that would be one thing. This clearly, by all accounts, was a heat of passion, heat of the moment incident, that it's an unfortunate incident, but it's clear that Devin Hackney has strong defenses to the case, and he should be given a bail. I also agree it should be, a bail with stringent conditions such as electronic monitoring, tethering, and I'm suggesting $125,000 10% provision. And other conditions such as, the court can confirm for itself by having drug testing or alcohol testing. But I don't think it's necessary, but that could be a condition, as well as his grandmother acting as a third-party custodian. That's really all I have to say.
All right. Anything else from anyone?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lawrence, anything from the
No, Your
people?
Honor.
All right. Thank you both. Give me just a minute. I've got somebody, a random iPhone, which I'm sure it's not the jail I've been waiting for since 9 o'clock, but let me find out who they are. And they went away. Okay, thank you all for the information. And I am going to I am going to set a bond, I should say it that way. I'm going to set it at 125, 10%, 125,000, 10%. I do want a GPS tether. I'm making a notation in the file. That's for location, not for curfew. I'm going to require that he stay with his grandmother. Give me an address for that, one of you.
Your Honor, I have the address. 1 second, if you'll just allow me to pull it up. It's on Michelle Street in Romulus.
And his grandmother's name was Goodman, was it not?
Mary Ann Goodman, Your Honor. And the address that I have is 35055 Michelle.
Thank you. All right, anything else, folks?
No, Your Honor, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Judge, can I ask Judge when the PCC date is scheduled for?
I believe it's scheduled May 5th. That's my information.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's scheduled on the 5th in front of Judge Green.
And I think that was first thing in the morning, wasn't it, Ms. Belcher?
Your Honor, I believe it's at 8:30.
Okay. Mr. Lawrence, got that?
Yes, thank you for that information.
And Mr. Gonick, I was greatly disturbed by the fact that there was no chance for argument yesterday as well. That's why we're doing it right now.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you all. And Mr. Lawrence, I guess we're still on ice. If you or Mr. Kern, either one want to take off, we'll call you when we hear from the jail. It's bad enough that they're holding up the court, but if you two can get some other work done, that's all right with me.
Yeah, Judge, can I ask, today's this is the PCC.
Right.
While we're waiting, I assume the court is back open for in-person exams?
Yeah, we're doing, matter of fact, we got a live one across the hall today.
I've heard that.
As long as I'm not, here's our stance, as long as nobody objects.
Right.
So as long as all parties are okay with coming in, we're doing them live.
Maybe Mr. Kearney and I, along with the court here, can pick a exam date, I guess, while we're waiting.
Yeah, I think Paul has already kind of started that. Paul, are you listening?
I am, Judge.
Yeah, I think Paul is looking, has an availability a week from today on the 3rd.
We do have May 3rd open.
May 3rd. Yeah, that would be in the morning, Judge, or in the afternoon?
Either or. I think it's wide open right now, isn't it, Paula?
No, we do have a few. We have like 4 that are already scheduled, but we could put it first thing in the morning at 9 o'clock. The one we had there decided not to hold, so.
Okay.
Scheduling wise, Judge, I have a bond hearing similar to what we just did at on May 3rd at 9 o'clock.
Is that live or Zoom, counsel?
That, I believe, is going to be Zoom because it's with the circuit court.
Okay.
So, I can probably make Monday morning, the 3rd work.
I could also give you all afternoon.
Yeah, the
we
afternoon
have
would be
nothing
better.
in the afternoon. You could be first and only on the afternoon.
Paul, I show 1 at noon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so we could, do you have any idea what is scheduled at noon, Paula?
Chelsea Dunbar. It's Kim LaShawn one.
What's the charge, do you know?
Let me look it up real quick.
I'm thinking we'll schedule this one at 12:30, fellas, and just give you as much time as you need. Mr. Kearney, are you available on Monday? Mr. Kearney, can you hear me?
He's muted.
Mr. Kearney, can you hear me?
I can, Judge.
Are you available Monday, a week from today in the afternoon for an exam?
For an exam, probably not. Let me look at it real quick.
Go ahead.
Is that the 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's
At
gonna
noon, Judge, we have a CSC first 13-year-old.
All right, so we might not want to schedule a 12:30.
Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff. It's not going to work. Sorry.
Okay. Judge Green can do it on the 17th.
Hold on, Paula.
All right.
Gentlemen, you got any other available, any other time available next week?
Yeah, Judge, I can next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Friday would work for me.
Mr. Kearney, how you looking for Wednesday the 5th?
Next week's bad, Judge. We have our like duty week when we cover all the stuff in Third Circuit that week, and we're
Okay.
short-staffed. So both Wednesday and Thursday are bad. Tuesday and Thursday are bad. Wednesday is, I have an exam. I have 4 probable cause conferences and an exam in the morning. I could try to make that work. I just would super prefer not to.
All right. Paula, what was that date you were looking at? The 17th, Monday?
Yeah.
How about the 17th, fellas?
That's completely open for me right now.
Would that be in the morning, Judge? The morning would work for me.
Hey, Judge,
Yep.
we have May 12th that is open to us, except the afternoon landlord tenants. But May 12th in the morning is open.
How's that look, fellas?
That's even better than the 17th for me.
I currently have 2 exams that are scheduled in the morning, but they might be kind of those like fake exams that they set for release cases in 36th District. Let me just check those real quick and
Sure.
PR.
We also have the 11th. All you have is Darian Cooley in the morning.
Yeah.
We do have one in the afternoon, an exam.
I have
So
nothing
look-
on the 11th.
Mr. Lawrence, 11th in the morning?
The 11th in the morning.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I can make that work if that's the best date for everybody else.
And
You know
when-
what, Judge? I apologize. I
It's all right.
forget that the county. I got a promotion, lucky me, and I have a training with the county on that day.
Is that another one of those promotions where they give you more work but no more money?
Yes. Well, no,
Yeah.
it was actually a worth it promotion.
Oh, good.
But
Good for you.
yeah, but I have from 10:30 to 12. I've got a training that the county requires.
So we're looking.
I verified the 12th is fine, Judge. Those aren't real exams.
And Mr. Lawrence, that was all right for you, 12th in the morning?
12th is perfect.
All right, fellas, let's schedule it at 8:30, and hopefully as soon as we can get a prisoner, we can get going.
Yeah, and Judge, I do have to grouse about the jail here because this is the 2nd straight court date where they haven't shown up.
Yeah, I don't blame you, and I wish I had somebody to grouse to that would actually make a damn bit of difference.
And the problem is it's damaging my relationship with my client because obviously it would.
Right, right. You're his contact to the system, so
Right.
I get it.
You said 8:30 a.m., Judge?
Yep, on the 12th.
Judge, is there would it be bad for the court if we make that at 9 o'clock? I mean, it's not a substantial inconvenience for me, but I drop my kids off at school in the morning.
Well, that's fine. I'm not, just so you know, I'm gonna schedule it at 8:30, just so the jail thinks we need him at 8:30.
Perfect.
But I'm not gonna yell at you if you're not here till 9.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else we can accomplish without Mr. Corvallis today?
No, Judge. I think we're in good shape in terms of discovery.
Discovery?
It's May 12th.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your flexibility.
Thank you, Judge.
Stay safe.
So we're
Okay,
all
well,
set then, Judge?
hang in there for, Mr. Kearney hung up. I was gonna say, we'll just hang in there for the jail.
We don't need the jail. We just did what we could do without them.
Oh, okay.
The hell with the jail. Appointments don't mean anything.
Good morning, Romulus.
Good morning.
Hi, Lieutenant Hall. Are you here for the arraignments?
We are.
Did she happen to tell you that we were ready for them? Because we are not quite ready yet. I don't know exactly what time they will be.
She did not. And okay.
Okay. I believe that they're gonna happen this afternoon. I don't have an exact time set at this point.
Okay.
I am still waiting to hear back from the judge for what time. But I will definitely call you guys and let you know. So,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I hope there wasn't a miscommunication on our part.
No, I just when we have to do that when we don't roll it all into one thing, it becomes
Yes.
an issue. So
Yes, I completely understand.
Okay.
Sorry about that, but I'll give you guys a call.
all right, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cooper, it looks like you're connected. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I figured it out when the other button, I hit that and then it brings up the microphone thing.
Perfect. So you won't see a video on your screen right now because I do not have a camera, but the day of your hearing, the judge will have a camera and you'll be able to see the judge on your screen. So the day of your hearing, you'll do exactly what we just did. You'll enter the meeting ID, click join, you'll be in the waiting room. And then when you're admitted to the main part of the meeting, like we are now, you'll need to make sure that you connect your audio so that you can hear the judge and the judge can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure I had everything right. So, not the day of, I'm trying to figure all this out.
Yes, that's great. I love it. You're being proactive. That's really helpful for us too. Did you have any other questions?
No, ma'am. I just wanted to make sure I had the right app and everything else. Make sure it worked right.
Yep, you did everything right. So go ahead and click the leave button. And then if anything else comes up, feel free to give me a call, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Lieutenant, can we talk to Mr. Rorick? Ms. Greer, your appearance for Mr. Tyler Rorick, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sharon Greer appearing on behalf of Mr. Warwick. Your Honor, I have gone over the charges, just trying to pull up my computer right now.
Okay.
The charges with Mr. Warwick, he understands what he's charged with. And for that reason, we're going to waive the formal reading of the felony complaint at this time and stand mute.
Thank you. On case number 19-5182, count one, fleeing and elude. We'll set that up for a PCC. May 5.
May 5.
Mr. Rorick, your address on Leroy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And phone number 833-3807, good?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What should I know before I set bond, Miss Greer?
Yes. Okay, let me. I forgot I was still working. Okay. I'm pulling this up now. My
No
computer
problem. Take
is
your time.
going. Okay. My notes that I had. Okay, let's see what kind of notes I had here. Okay, I had this as a 2019 case, Your Honor, September 2019. So,
correct.
In regards to the fleeing and eluding, it's just a matter of him not the police. It's not really a chase per se. And the fact that the police are asking for a 20,000, 10%. We'd ask the court if you would just consider a personal bond for Ms. Drake at this time.
Mr. Rourke, are you working?
Yes, sir. And what I was trying to
Where
tell
do you work at?
Morris Moving and Storage.
How long you been with Morris?
For about 4 years.
Good.
And this,
how many hours are you getting every week?
shit, at least more than 40. More than 40. I use 10 hours a day.
Good. All right.
I can start up my payment plan back and start paying you guys every 2 weeks or every month how we were doing it before.
All right, we'll get to those files in just a minute. Let's take care of bond on this one. Lieutenant, any capious history for Mr. Rorick?
Nothing recent, Your Honor. We do know where he lives, and he is still here in the community, so I don't think it would be an issue if he doesn't show up. We know where to find him.
That's helpful. I appreciate that. Let's schedule him at 9:45 then on the 5th. All right, Mr. Rourke, I'm going to set you up with a personal bond. First condition is that you're going to cooperate with your next attorney so we can have a meaningful court date on May 5th. I am going to require that you are hooked up with a GPS tether. I want you to show up at Dickerson tomorrow morning to get that set up.
Okay.
That way, instead of going down there and spending a couple nights in jail waiting for them, if you show up on your own tomorrow, my understanding is they'll hook you up quick and get you out of there.
Okay, so I just drive to Dickerson tomorrow, get a tether, and now is that tether like I can go to work and stuff, right?
Correct. It's not a curfew tether. It's a location, so I know where you're at.
Yeah, I get it because I'm a flight risk and stuff. All right.
All right.
Okay. I could do that.
Okay, raise your right hand so I can put you on a personal bond. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $5,000 if you mess up on bond?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down. Now on these other files, Dude, you owe over $3,500 on these files.
I know I took care of all that stuff, right? I got off probation. I started paying you guys, and then I got this letter in the mail for this case, and I ain't gonna lie, it threw me all off.
All right. Well, you can't not make payments though.
Yeah.
We'll work with you, but when you stop making payments, then you end up with late fees and penalties that you can't afford.
Yeah, and like last time we did it, I'm not gonna lie, bro. It was like direct $250 a month. Like I got 2 kids now. Is there any way
You tell us what you can afford.
I did, and then last time I'm not gonna lie, the lady told me I had to pay $250 a month.
All right. Well, the lady you were talking with doesn't wear a black robe.
Okay.
So she doesn't have as much flexibility as I've got. You tell me what you know you can afford to pay. And if you want to do it every 2 weeks, that's great. If you want to do it once a month, that's okay too.
Okay.
So what do you want to do? How much?
Can we do it every month?
How much?
Is $100 a month enough? Or
I'm fine with 100. You can always pay extra money if you're flush.
okay, we just started $100 a month for right now.
How soon can you make the first one?
2 weeks.
All right. So I like Friday due dates. This Friday is the 30th. So I'm going to give you until the 14th. Anytime between now and the 14th of May, you can get started.
Okay.
So we'll always take extra money. We'll always take early money.
All right.
But if something happens and you can't make your payment, you can't just blow it off, because then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 files. So if we issue a bench warrant because you messed your payment plan, that's on 5 files. That's $250 right there.
All right.
Okay. So just communicate with us so we can stop these late fees from going up. And if you want, if you hit the daily 3 or something, you come into a pile of cash, I'll negotiate a closeout.
All right.
So for example, if you owe us about 35, I can guarantee you that if I did the math on these, I'd be willing to close these for $2,000 and maybe even less, because I'll waive those late fees and penalties if we can close files.
All right. That's what I'm trying to do.
All right. So like I said, if you can work some extra jobs, get a big check or something, you want to try to make a deal, then all you got to do, keep Miss Greer's phone number. She knows how to get a hold of me so we can work a deal.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Any questions?
No, I appreciate it, sir. So you said from here to the 14th, I got paid, right?
You got over 2 weeks to get started with $100 a month payments.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant, could we speak to Mr. Green now?
Hi, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Green. Counsel, your appearance for Valdez Green.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sharon Greer appearing on behalf of Mr. Valdez Green. I have gone over the felony complaint with Mr. Green, and he understands what he's charged with and the penalties. And for that reason, we will waive the formal reading and ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
All right, let's set this one up for 5/5, May 5. Probable cause conference. Lieutenant, our case number is 18-3638. Mr. Valdez, showing your address on Dorset, is that right?
Yes.
Phone number 946-4685, correct?
Yes, sir. 313.
Correct. Ms. Greer, what should I consider before I set bond for Mr. Green?
The one thing for Mr. Green, Your Honor, is this case, the date of the offense is March of 2018. We are asking for a personal bond just for the fact that he does have some outstanding matters that need to be taken care of in other jurisdictions, according to the police report. And so we're asking this court if you would consider giving him a personal bond, knowing that he will have to address some other cases in other jurisdictions before he's actually released.
Thank you. Mr. Green, are you working?
Yes, I work at Ford, Michigan Ave, Wayne on Michigan Ave. And
How long you been with Fords?
I'm a year now. I
Okay.
started off in Rossville building ventilators.
All right, so you missed a court date on this file, March 17th.
And I
What
was working like with 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. I should have communicated with you guys, but like this my week off. I go back Monday, and I don't know with the Broncos. I don't know what's going on, so I don't know how long we're gonna be on a 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. but I was hoping for a personal bond, and I also get a GPS teller just for my location.
Okay.
And because that address there, but I have my own place, but my mail get there. That's why I'm like, if you see Dearborn, I'm gonna get my mail, but I got 4 daughters, so I just been kind of everywhere trying to handle things. And when they caught me, I was taking my mother and my child to work. So it's like I'm trying to get it together, Your Honor. I'm trying my best.
All right. Lieutenant, the warrants at Wayne, Dearborn Heights, in Detroit, are those traffic or what are they? Do you know?
Not offhand, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think anything serious. I think they're all misdemeanors.
Yeah, I think they're majority traffic because I've been trying to get things in order to take care of it.
Mr. Green, here's my problem, man. And I don't want to leave you in jail. I really don't.
I know.
But here's my problem. I've got one file that goes back to 2013.
That's domestic.
Yeah, and you just
I
haven't done what we told you to do. All you had to do is 2 weekends in jail.
And I could, but I lose my job. That's I like it's kind of hard because I get a personal bond.
Hold on, listen to me. Listen to me. Here, listen. All right. And I'm going to say something, and I don't mean it to sound as mean as it's going to sound, but man, you got to start thinking. Listen, if you're working 2 on and 2 off with Ford Motor Company, if you contacted me and said, Judge, could I just do 4 days in jail, 5 days in jail, one of the weeks that I'm off and close that file? You think I'm going to say, no, you got to go on the weekend so you can lose your job?
No, sir. It's all about communication.
It's all about communication. But what I've got here is I've got a history, at least on paper. What it looks like is Valdez Green doesn't give a shit what we tell him to do. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
So I only speak through my orders. When I tell somebody to do something and they don't do it, that disrespects my orders. That disrespects my system. Personally, I can handle with a little disrespect, but I represent something bigger than me.
Right.
So I'm going to give you one more chance to clean these files up without just sending you to jail. Because if I sent you to jail on all these, you ain't keeping that Ford Motor job.
I'm knowing.
And I'm going to guess this is the best thing you ever had in your life as far as a job.
Best job I done had. Been there for a year.
So are you going to do what I tell you to do so you can keep it?
I certify. I bring some money tomorrow.
Hold on, Mr. Green.
It ain't about money.
Let the judge talk, Mr. Green.
All right. So let's start back with the oldest file. You owe me jail time.
Okay. So
hold on. You're off this week.
Yeah, this Monday. I go back Monday the 5th for 2 weeks.
Okay. So you're not working between now and the 5th.
Yeah. Now on Monday. Yep, correct.
All right. So you got any other business that you can't just do some jail time this week, close this file out, and then you're back to work Monday and this one's done.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So on this file, you owe us $100. I'm going to waive the $100.
Okay.
So let's say today's the 5th. So today's the 29th, 26. What is this? 26.
26.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order 5 days jail. That's even better deal than the 3 weekends or 2 weekends, actually. I'm going to order 5 days jail and you'll be out in time to make work. You'll probably be out Saturday. All right.
And in addition, he has some other cases that he can be taken care of in concurrence with those 5 days.
Hopefully.
Yes. Your Honor, is this the 2013 case?
It is.
Okay.
Could I pay on that, Your Honor? Or
it's not a money thing. It's not a money thing. You were ordered to do 2 weekends in jail and close the file. So you owe us time. I'm waiving the money. There's still $100 due on that one. I'm waiving that.
And I'm start what I'm doing time start today or
correct.
So
you're going to do today. Yeah, Friday's your last day in jail. You're done. You're going to have the weekend. Go to work Monday.
All right. I just had some business.
Dude, I'm not negotiating with you now.
No, I just have because without a car I can't get to work, so I had to take care of my car note and everything. But that's I try to figure it out some way because without my job I can't take care of none of this.
Absolutely. And without me taking care of these files, I'm going to put you in jail a long time. All right, so the next file we're looking at is an August 2014 assault or assault and battery file. That one, you got to get started on some payments.
Okay.
All right, there was work program ordered. I'll just hold off on the work program, but this one, you got to get a payment plan started. So tell me how much you can afford to pay.
I want to say every other week, I'll say 100.
Is it easier to do once a month?
I'll say once a month, and if I can bring more, which I will, I'll just bring more.
Then let's do this. Are you positive you can do at least 100 a month?
Yes, I'm positive.
And you heard what I told the other guy. We'll always take it early and extra.
Okay.
So if I give you until the 14th, is that enough time?
Yes.
All right, so that takes care of that file. Now, the last file is the felony file. I got to put you on a bond. We didn't set a time for that one, Lieutenant Hall. Let's set that one at 10:15.
10:15, okay,
Actually, let's go 9:45. We can do that.
okay.
All right, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. All right, I'm not even going to make you I'm not even going to make you do a tether. Okay? I'm going to trust you, Mr. Green, that you and I now have an understanding. I'm going to help you clean up your mess without losing that job.
Okay, I appreciate you.
All right. So what's that mean? That means you got to show up on May 5.
Okay.
Now it's Zoom, so you don't have to be here. All you got to do is get your silly butt up out of bed and get on a computer so you can participate on May 5.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $5,000 if you don't cooperate with the next attorney and show up for the Zoom hearing?
Yes.
All right. You can put your hand down. Lieutenant, you know where to find this gentleman as well, don't you?
I'm sure we can.
Yeah. Don't do this to me. All right. Don't do this to me. I'm trying to be nice to you because I can. This Ford job changes your life.
Yeah, and it has this year, and that's why Dearborn has sent me stuff. I'm trying to get things in order because this me getting my tickets in order. That's like the last thing I need to take care of.
All right.
Got a car, got my own place, got a good job. This is the last thing.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Lieutenant, stay safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor. Take care.
Ms. Greer, see you next
Yes.
time.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
We got.
If you're gonna send over a late one, it's not MIDC.
Mhm.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah,
or
I'll do
you
it.
want to wait till it's
No, I'll do
over?
it. No problem. I'm trying to remember. I got juveniles today, but I think they're live.
What a pile of files those two have.
Yeah. You just gonna call them? Tell them I'm ready for them?
Yes, I will call the intern right now.
Thanks. Hey, Tim, is that exam still going across the hall?
Yes, it is.
I've got a guy that needs to get in the building this afternoon just to take some measurements in the courtroom. So he'll probably be in there 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. The new building?
Yeah, it'll be after 2:30 and I may be available depending on my juveniles.
Okay.
If not, can one of you guys let him in?
Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Bye.
Appreciate it.
I'll do things right now. 15, 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, video arraignments for Van Buren Township. Sidney Stewart, please.
Right here, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stewart. You need to be arraigned on a domestic violence misdemeanor charge from April 24, 2021. This charge carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines, plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Generally, you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
All right. How do you wish to plead today, Mr. Stewart?
Not guilty, sir.
Pre-trial date for you is going to be May 11. That'll be at 9:45. Case number 210341, 0341.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Stewart, do you live at that address? Excuse me, do you live at that address with Heather Rosenboom?
I reside at the address. It's my house. She's living with her sister and brother-in-law. And that's at a different address in Inkster.
Gotcha. Are you working?
Yes, sir. I'm DoorDash and Instacart until I had a job until about a month ago. I got released from that. I've been DoorDash and Instacarting and mechanicking until I can find me another one.
Where were you working?
Contractor Steel up on Denton Road.
How long were you with contractors?
6 years.
Okay. All right. I'm going to put you on a personal bond with a couple conditions. The first one is the obvious one. You have to participate on May 11th with your pretrial so we can accomplish something. That'll be by Zoom. Second thing is I don't want you to have any contact with Ms. Rosenboom. When I say no contact, I mean none. No phone calls, no letters, no social media contacts. You don't have your friends check on her. She tracks you down and begs you to meet for coffee to talk about this. She can't change this order, only me or another judge. You happen to run into her at Taco Bell, you're gonna eat Burger King. No contact at all. Clear?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, if you violate that, then we're gonna talk high cash bond. Raise your right hand. I'm gonna put you on that personal. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you violate bond?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. I understand. You can put your hand down. I understand you decided to go forward today without benefit of an attorney. If you want to speak to an attorney on the date of your pretrial, you're gonna have to make that request when you get in the Zoom meeting room so we can hook you up with the attorney. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Stay safe.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, confirming, these are live today, right?
Yeah, they're coming in. I
Yep.
talked to both
Thanks.
of them.
See you then.